Okay, so just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to drift asleep, I'll just tell a story in the background. And it's a story about you waking up one morning, and you wake up on a boat that's travelling around the world. And you're on a cruise, travelling from country to country. And you've come on this cruise for a special occasion. You're celebrating that special occasion. And you've come on this cruise alone to be able to find yourself, to be able to find a sense of peace, a sense of calm. To be able to focus on connecting with the world around you. To know that you're in control of your journey. That you can decide to do what you want to do as you learn from the experience. And so you walk up on the deck, breathe in that sea air, looking around, seeing sea all the way out to the horizon. And as you look in one direction, you can be curious about the way the sky and the sea match in their blueness. So much so that you can barely make out the point where the sky and the sea meet. And you look in another direction, you can see the way the sun glistens across the water. And in the distance you can see a humpback whale breaching, turning in the air, and splashing down on its back. And as you walk to the front of the boat, so you can notice a pod of dolphins riding the bow wave, jumping over each other, almost surfing along with the boat. And you're able to look down on them, and voluntarily they're choosing to be there. And you're aware that that's not like when they're in captivity, made to do tricks because people tell them what to do. They've got a whole ocean, and they've chosen to come to the boat, chosen to play. And at any point, they'll pull away and go off and do whatever they choose. And the boat's large enough that you barely notice any movement from passing over the waves. The biggest tell that you're moving is actually the breeze on your face. And you can breathe in that salty air, clearing your nose, breathing in, almost filling you with a sense of relaxation. Almost like you can breathe out any tension. And you find somewhere to sit near the front of the boat. You relax back. And from your perspective, looking forward, You can almost have that sense like you're flying, like you can see the horizon, you can see the ocean, you can see the sky. But you can only see a little bit of the boat. And the longer you gaze out at the horizon, the more you seem to stop being aware of that bit of the boat. In the same way that when you become absorbed watching a TV program, you stop being aware of the room you're sitting in. You just become totally absorbed with that program. And you just lie back, relaxing in that chair, gazing out to sea, feeling like you're flying. And as there's nothing stimulating in view, your eyes begin to get heavy. And they begin to do extended blinks, almost like blinking with each out-breath, before those eyes totally shut. And then, with your eyes shut, you start to become more aware of the sounds around you. The sound of the water beneath you as the boat pushes through. The sound of the motor. The sound of the breeze passing past your ears. And the distant sound of a seagull. And as you focus on that seagull, so you begin to have a sense of becoming that seagull, soaring over the ocean, flying up high, catching up drafts, circling around higher and higher in the sky, seeing further and further in all directions, diving down rapidly, swooping up, being able to fly so gracefully. And then as that seagull, you gaze up and see an aeroplane way, way up in the sky. And you know that as this seagull, you'd never be able to fly that high. But you imagine what it would be like to be up on that plane. And then as you find yourself on that plane, you can hear someone counting down 3, 2, 1, jump. And then you look and see someone leaping out of the open side of the plane. And then you see the next person get 3, 2, 1, jump. And then they just leap out of the plane. And you're curious about this experience. And you look down at your body and notice that you're wearing a parachute. And so you decide to have a go. You walk over. You get hooked onto a bar that's attached to the back of the parachute. it becomes your turn. The person at the door says 3, 2, 1. And then jump. And you jump out the plane, spread your arms and legs. The parachute automatically opens behind you. And within just a few seconds, you feel that jolt as you decelerate with the open parachute, and almost feel like you've risen up slightly, when in fact you've just lowered down slower. And you look around, and in the distance you can see some islands. You can see clouds beneath you, clouds above you. You can feel the wind on your face. As you steer yourself down and feel like you're gliding and floating so gracefully, so silently, so peacefully. And it begins to remind you of an experience of being in a hot air balloon. That experience of just floating over the land below, and in this case over the sea below, so silently. And you see a circle of boats, and you know that you need to head to land in that circle. And so you descend, you pull on one cord and pull on another to steer your way down, slowly, carefully, floating down through the air. And you see those that jumped before you, landing on target, one after the other. About a minute apart from each other, giving time for the previous person to move out the way. As you come down, splash land also. And as you land in the water, so in your imagination, you suddenly realize that you've become a shark. And suddenly everything changes again. You feel that sense of your body moving side to side. And you notice the difference in the senses that you have as a shark. Noticing that you feel this kind of tingling, and almost just have a bit like images but not images of things around you. And you notice that you're perceiving the electrical impulses, electrical fields of other fish swimming around. And you have this sense like you can see them, but it's almost like seeing a shadow. And as a shark, you dive down deeper, exploring the ocean, noticing being so streamlined. It doesn't take much of a flick of your tail to propel you down deeper into the ocean, noticing the way the light begins to fade as you go down deeper and deeper. And the deeper you go into the ocean, the calmer and slower moving everything seems to be, which helps to increase feelings of relaxation, peacefulness. And as you near the bottom of the ocean here, you begin to notice it being almost like white sand that moves and fluffs up in the movement of the water from each flick of your tail. And as you continue swimming along, so you begin to notice a distant sound of a horn, and you realise that the horn on the ship is sounding, and you begin to drift back from the reverie as you gaze out across the front of the boat. And you notice that there's some land up ahead that's now come into view. And as the boat arrives at the land, so you disembark. And you'll be spending a day on this island. And so you start to explore the island, check yourself into the hotel. And as you explore the island, you find a river. And you follow that river up to a lake. And beyond the lake is a waterfall. And above the waterfall, the river continues. And you climb up and you can see that that river continues all the way over to some mountains in the distance. And you wander around near the lake, hearing the sound of the waterfall, feeling some of the spray from the waterfall. And as you explore, so you become curious about something, that there are many trees around the outside of the lake that just seem to have marks on them or be totally chewed down. And you suspect that somewhere there are some beavers, but you can't see any signs of them. And so you decide to explore, see if you can find them. And you head up above the waterfall. You follow that river, being aware of how calm that river's flowing. And as you follow that river, you reach a point where the river seems to divide into two. And one side seems to be calm, flowing slow, and the other side seems to be flowing faster. So you follow the calm side, heading in the direction of the mountains. And after some time of walking, you notice that there's a dam across the river. And you're surprised at how large this dam is. And that this dam is built by beavers. And you can see some of those beavers walking around near the dam, diving into the water, and then coming back, walking around again, and getting back in the water, seeming to be hard at work. And as you walk around the dam, so you notice that a man-made dam further up the river seems to have cracked and crumbled. And that if it wasn't for this dam created by the beavers, this water would have flooded all the way down to the village near the river, down near the sea. And that these beavers have probably saved that village. And yet, everyone at the village is completely unaware of this. And you don't know whether the beavers did that on purpose, or whether it was just coincidence. And you head back the way you came. And you know that at the village you'll mention to somebody what you've seen, so that hopefully the man-made dam can be fixed. And anything that needs to be done can be done. But you know those beavers had done a brilliant job. And that their dam would easily hold. And as you near the village after you reported what you've seen, you wander off into the nearby woodland. You enjoy spending time away from all the other people. Time alone, time where you can reflect and focus on personal growth and development, and on looking after yourself, because you're aware that people spend too much time focusing on trying to survive life. They miss the opportunity to focus on living life and on learning how to make the journey enjoyable. And so you've taken this opportunity to do so, to focus on yourself for a while. And so as you head into the woodland, notice the sounds of woodland birds. Notice any village sounds disappearing in the distance, sounds of the rustling leaves and of each footstep you take. And then deep in the woodland, where the sun struggles to reach, just the occasional shard of light dances in front of you, managing to creep its way through the branches and leaves overhead. A shard of light reflects off the back of something on the ground, and that something then moves and catches your eye more. And you notice that there's a white rabbit. And it's hopping around, munching some food, and then hopping around some more. And the old saying, "Follow the white rabbit," comes to mind. And so you decide to follow that white rabbit. And it turns off the track you're on and effortlessly manages to get through the woods. Whereas you, as a full-sized human, has to push through branches and squeeze through. But you manage to keep up with that rabbit. And you have this sense that somehow that rabbit, you think, seems to know that you're following it. Because every time you struggle to push through, the rabbit seems to stop, as if it's waiting to allow you to catch up. And when you're walking freely and easily, the rabbit seems to hop along faster. But you continue to follow that white rabbit. And then eventually you see that rabbit arrive at an area with a couple of rabbit holes. And it looks back at you. And then it looks at the holes. And then it looks back at you again. And then it looks at the holes again. And then it makes the decision of which hole to follow. And it jumps into one of the holes. And you instantly think there's no chance of you following it now. Because you obviously can't fit in a rabbit hole. But you decide that you'll go over and sit near the holes. And wait near the holes. And at some point the rabbit will come back. And maybe it'll let you pet it. But as you go near those holes, suddenly it's almost like a force seems to suddenly drag you into one of the holes, like you got too close and suddenly fell in. And you find yourself almost teleported through one of those rabbit holes, the same one that white rabbit just took. And in almost like a flash, you find yourself in a strange place. You look around, there's a purple sky, there's a red sun, there's deep purple flowers with black leaves. And orange grass. At least these are the best descriptions that you could give to them. And you can see that white rabbit just sitting there, eating some of that grass. Then you see a furry creature with legs that look a bit like frog's legs, leaping near the rabbit and jumping in some water. And then swimming across the water, jumping out the other side. And looking as dry as it did when it jumped in. You notice there's something odd about the fur of that animal that seems to make it so that fur is water repellent. And you gaze up in the sky because you think you can see some birds out the corner of your eye. And instead, the best you could describe is that they look a bit like pterodactyls, circling overhead. And then up on a rock, you see the cutest little creature that's barely bigger than your hand. When it opens its mouth, it seems to make a squeak, that kind of squeak that some kittens make. And you find it so cute, you go over to investigate it further. And you start petting that unusual green, lizardy looking creature that has the biggest eyes, almost like puppy dog eyes. And as you pet it, suddenly you jump back a bit startled, because instead of purring like maybe a cat would, once it seems to enjoy the petting, suddenly a flame came out its mouth as it opened its mouth. And it wasn't a big flame or a scary flame, but it was unexpected. But it doesn't react beyond just having that flame come out its mouth, almost like burping a flame. And so you carry on petting it, but make a bit of a mental note not to have it facing you while you're doing this. And then it climbs up onto your other arm and rests on your lap as you carry on petting it. And you can feel it vibrating slightly, similar to how cats vibrate as they purr. And it seems to really like you. And you decide you want to continue exploring this area, exploring this strange place you've ended up. And so you go to put that little dragon creature back down, but as you put it down on the rock, so it just jumps up on your arm, climbs up onto your shoulder. And so you take it down off your shoulder, put it back on the rock, and it just jumps up again, climbs up on your shoulder. And then it nuzzles its head against the side of your neck and gently rubs you, making a slight purring sound, a slight squeaky sound. And so you decide that you'll explore, but you suppose you're going to have to keep that on your shoulder for now, because it seems to like you. And so as you continue to explore this land. You notice that there's a low kind of hum to this land. You don't quite know what it is, but it seems to be a bit like the sound of wind, but a much deeper, quieter, more distant sounding sound. You notice that you feel a bit lighter here as you walk around. And that there's something unusual about the colours of everything. Many of the colours are much darker. And the sun is much redder. And it's unusual having a purple sky. And then as you walk into some trees, you notice that two of the trees seem to move, and then realise that their long legs, a little bit like legs of a giant bird. But as you get closer and look, it's almost like bird legs attached to a lizard or a dinosaur's body. With a strangely long neck and a small head that seems to be allowing it to eat from the tops of these tall trees. And you can see some tiny bird-like creatures that seem to be perched on its head and landing on its body, and then they would fly off its head and off its body into the space beneath the leaves, whereas this creature pulled on the leaves, small little bits would fall off, perhaps almost like little tiny bits of fruit, and the birds would quickly dive off and catch those little bits mid-air and then land back on this creature again. And this creature didn't seem to mind them being there. It was as if everyone has their niche. And nothing was really paying attention to them being there, to you walking around. You seem to be able to just walk around, almost unnoticed, with everything around you just carrying on its day as if you weren't even there. And a part of you is still curious how you got here, what that rabbit hole was, why you had that feeling of following the white rabbit. And you continue to explore this land, this strange alien world. And you can see what looks like a cave entrance in the distance. So you decide to head towards that cave, explore the cave. And as you near the cave, so you see what looks like a floating robot that seems to be just hovering and moving, and looks like it almost has small jets around its body, but they're not combustion jets, but you can't tell what they are. They just seem to glow, possibly a bit like plasma. But you also know it isn't plasma. You can't feel any heat from it, and you can get very close to this robot. It's almost like it's got arms, and it looks like it has a face, even though it probably doesn't have a need for a face. And you wonder who built this robot, where it came from. And you're curious about the fact that people have a tendency, and perhaps even other aliens have a tendency, for wanting things to look familiar. And all animals will have mouths, will have sensory organs, and likely to survive, all animals will have stereoscopic senses, so that they can pinpoint different things in the space around them and react accordingly. And so it makes sense that an advanced civilization would probably have these, and would probably design a robot to vaguely resemble what looks familiar. And the robot talks to you. As if it just happened to know your language. And this takes you by surprise. But at the same time, the whole experience is weird. So you just go with the flow. Treat it as part of your journey. The robot asks, "Do you want me to light the way?" And you ask, "What way?" And the robot says, "Do you want me to light the cave?" And so you agree that that would be a nice thing, that would be helpful. And you start walking towards the cave. And as you head towards the cave, so the robot almost silently seems to glide along with you and head into the cave with you. And then its eyes seem to light the way. And as you walk into the cave, so you can notice how the sound changes. And for the first time on this planet, you feel a sense of familiarity. The sound of water dripping in one cave seems to sound pretty similar to water dripping in another. The sound of your footsteps in this cave has a familiar sound of footsteps in a cave. And that robot lights the way, and its eyes light up a very wide beam of light, lighting the walls and off into the distance. And you're surprised at how long this cave seems to be. And you walk deeper and deeper into the cave. And as you walk deeper into the cave, So you begin to notice some drawings on the walls and signs that you're not the first person to have been here, or the first intelligent being to have been here. And you start asking the robot where they came from. And they explain how they were made by a civilization many, many years ago. And that civilization has long since left this world. And they'd left a handful of robots on the planet to continue to watch over the planet, to continue to monitor that planet. And they'd created the ability to leap from place to place. And from what the robot described, it sounded almost like they'd created the ability to leap through wormholes. But they seemed to be able to open these wormholes and create permanent wormholes without the need for physical technology in that location. And you were curious whether maybe that rabbit hole was one of these wormholes. And maybe that ancient civilization from this planet had visited Earth. And you're curious what other planets they may have visited. So you continue to explore in the cave, talking with that robot, asking more questions, deeply curious about the answers. And as you walked deeper into the cave, so you noticed that it seems to be opening up into a vast cavern. And then you see, just barely being lit up, what looks like an ancient temple deep here in this cavern. And you decide to go and explore that temple. And you walk all the way up to the temple. And you run your hands around the stonework. And notice that stone feels so cool under your fingertips. And it's been so smoothly made. And you can't see an entrance. So you walk your way around that temple, working your way around the temple, running your hand around the wall. And then at one point that robot just stops as you continue running your hand around the outside of that temple. And then after a little while you notice that you're walking out of the light and that the robot's no longer travelling with you. And so you head back to where that robot is and you ask them why they've stopped. And they just respond saying, "We're here." And you ask where. They say, "We're at the temple. We're at the entrance. We're here." And you look in front of you, and it looks no different to anywhere else around here. Just looks like solid stone. And you ask, how do I get in? And the robot explains that you just have to find the right spot. And so you continue to run your hands around that stone. And then eventually you find just the tiniest, almost like some dust on the stone, or the tiniest bit of gravel on the stone. And it's only because you're running your hands over it, and obviously your fingertips are so sensitive, that you notice that, and you apply just the slightest pressure in that place. And then the stone wall suddenly shoots to the side, almost like a very fast door opening that seems to move out the way, faster than you could imagine such heavy stone moving. And you see this perfectly formed entrance into the temple, just so perfectly carved. And you walk into the temple with the robot following you. You can see your shadow extending out in front of you as the lights from the robot behind you shine on your back. And then you turn a corner in this temple and see what looks like just a dead end. And you turn to the robot and you say, this is just a dead end. What's supposed to be in this temple? If that was the entrance, I thought there would be something here. And the robot said, there is something here. You just have to hear it. And so you close your eyes and relax and listen. And you can hear that same windy, low rumble that you could hear before. Except now it sounds a little bit louder and a little bit closer. And with your eyes closed, just listening, you realise that you can almost hear it through your feet, as if that sound is actually travelling through the ground. And you suddenly have this feeling of confidence, this feeling like you understand. And you open your eyes and begin to confidently walk towards that wall. And as you arrive at that wall, so you feel that same experience you had at the rabbit hole. Almost like you're just falling through the wall, as if that wall's not even there. And you find yourself inside another stone structure. And just after you find yourself in that stone structure, so the robot seems to be behind you again, having followed you through that portal, lighting your way in this structure. And you find your way through this structure. You find a narrow path to follow. And you follow that narrow path. And then you find what looks almost like a spacesuit. And it's not quite like any spacesuit you've seen before. definitely not like an Earth spacesuit. But you can recognise that it looks like it's designed to protect you in space. And the robot says that you should put that suit on, and you wonder why. And you wonder how. Because the suit definitely doesn't look like it's made for humans. And the robot says, put the helmet on your head. And so you pick up the helmet and you put that on your head. And as you do, so the suit seems to leap off the wall and build itself around you, starting at the base of the helmet. Almost like some kind of strange nanotechnology, fitting it perfectly to you wearing that suit. And as it gets down near your feet, the robot guides you to lift up one foot and then lift up the other, and as you lift one foot, the suit builds around the sole of your foot. Then you lift up the other foot and it does the same the other side. And you find yourself fully wearing that spacesuit. And then that robot says, let's go. And you wonder where. And then suddenly a doorway opens up in front of you, and you look out that door, and you can just see what you know to be a Martian-like landscape. And you've seen enough images of Mars to recognise that if you were here, this is what it would look like. With the slight red tinge to the sky, the tiny sun in the sky, reasonably dim up there. And you walk out onto this landscape. You turn around and you see that you've just walked out of what looks like a weathered pyramid, like a pyramid that's been here for so long that the wind has weathered it down to make it almost look like just normal rock formations, but you've just been inside there, so you know it isn't. And you walk and turn around to get as good a perspective as you can on it. And you realise you're now just walking on the surface of Mars, looking back at a pyramid here on Mars. And you know that for years people on Earth have been talking about aliens coming from Mars, about canals on Mars, about life on Mars. And here you are on Mars, aware that at some point in the past, this seems to have been true. But you don't know what purpose these aliens would have had with building pyramids here on Mars. You can understand why they might want to go to Earth, but why would they come here to Mars? And then you see some movement on the ground. And you notice what looks a little bit like rats scampering around, just the cutest rats you've ever seen. But they look just slightly different. And somehow they're surviving here. Not that far from the pyramid. And you notice how they seem to be coming out and then scampering back towards that pyramid. And so you wonder whether they live somehow between these different portals and the locations of the portals. And all you can think is, these are space rats. And you almost make yourself laugh a bit, suddenly imagining rats in space. Thinking it's the most ridiculous thing. You've come on a journey, on a cruise, and now you're stood on Mars, watching rats scampering around, just being the cutest little things. And that robot's still with you as you explore a little bit on Mars. And as the Martian sun sets, so you notice, off in the distance, among the stars, this pale blue star. And you realise that you're staring at the Earth, and that somewhere over there is the ship you're on, docked up at the island you're on. And now you're here. And many, many, many hours have passed. And you wonder whether anyone would even notice that you haven't been in that village, you haven't mixed with anyone, that you're even not around at the moment. And so you ask the robot, what am I doing here? Where should I go now? And the robot says to come this way, and begins to lead you off down into a valley. And you head down into that valley as it's getting dark here on the Martian surface. And you notice there's another dead end, and you realise that that dead end is bound to also be another portal. And the robot explains that many of the portals are near each other, and that you can actually get a map of where the different portals go, so that you can traverse the galaxy from one planet to another, just knowing which combination of portals to walk through. And you think to yourself, mind blown, how you've just come on this strange adventure, something that totally changes people's perception on reality, their place in the universe, knowing that once there was this deeply advanced civilization that may still be around somewhere, but may well have progressed long beyond here. And so you decide to head through wherever this is going to lead, and wearing that spacesuit, You walk through that wall and come out the other side, and you turn around to wait for the robot to follow you. And as that robot follows you, you notice that they are exiting a picture with the most beautiful golden picture frame, and that you seem to now be in some kind of a palace with marble floors that echo with each footstep. And the robot says it's okay to take off that helmet now. And so you remove that. And then suddenly all that nanotech suit undoes from around you and gathers inside the helmet. And then you hear this squeaking sound and see the little dragon creature pop itself out of your top pocket, as if to say that it's not been happy stuck in there under this suit all this time, as it climbs back up onto your shoulder. And you begin to explore this palace. And as you explore, so you can notice that smell of water. And so you walk around this area, and you realise that it seems vaguely familiar. Not familiar in terms of somewhere you've been before, but familiar in terms of something you've learned about before. And you realise that it seems to be some kind of Roman or Greek baths. And you can hear the sounds of people here. And so you try to keep yourself out of sight. And you can see people with robes on and just towels around them, going and getting into the baths and just socialising and chatting and relaxing in that steamy, warm water. And you wonder where you are. And you ask the robot. And the robot says it's not so much about where you are now. It's more about when you are. Because the wormholes, these portals, are dotted all over. But the entrances and exits lead to the time differences of when they were placed. So you connect one with another, and they're connected in time as well as space. And when you are here is hundreds of years before when you were last here. And you realise this is way back in the past, and that's even more reason to remain out of sight, because you don't want any strange stories starting about someone appearing out of nowhere, seemingly with magical powers. And seemingly with a floating robot they wouldn't understand. And you leave these baths to explore outside. And you recognize it as some kind of European countryside. And stood near the baths is the most beautiful white horse. And you climb up onto the back of that white horse and decide to go on just a little explore, because you wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to explore the past for real. And you canter off on that horse with the robot travelling alongside you, that dragon up on your shoulder, heading into dense woodland. And you can notice through that woodland a lake in the distance. And you decide to head towards that lake. And the sun here is almost fully set as you pass through that woodland. And as you leave the woodland at the lake and dismount the horse, you can notice the green lights of fireflies in the sky. And then you notice the most strangest thing. You notice a fairy fly down, land on the back of the horse. And this fairy somehow seems to be able to communicate with you. And the fairy begins to tell you that somewhere here there's a secret location that it had been rumoured a traveller from the future would come and find, and that you look out of place, and so you must be that traveller. And as that fairy continues to talk to you, so the fireflies fly down and join that fairy. And then the most beautiful butterflies you've ever seen land on the horse's back, slowly opening and closing their wings. And then some ladybirds land on the horse's back. And then you notice some rabbits coming out from the forest, coming out from that woodland, coming over to the horse. And some badgers. And so many of these creatures seem to be coming over, as if somehow they think there's something about you that they're drawn to. How somehow you seem to resonate with them. And you have this sense that there's consciousness in each and every one of those living creatures. And you start to realise that it's all too easy in everyday life to focus on humans perhaps being the pinnacle of advancement and consciousness, and almost dismissing animals as being second rate, and not respecting them as living beings. And here they are, demonstrating their individuality, their consciousness, demonstrating that they have as much right to be around and live as anyone else. And a part of you seems to almost connect with this idea of everything being connected. And you decide that you'll follow this fairy and explore whatever it is that they're taking you towards. And you have this sense almost like you seem to have an entourage now. You've got this dragon on your shoulder, a floating robot, and now all of these animals travelling with you, and a fairy. And as you walk around this lake, following that fairy, the fairy takes you to what looks like a bit of a run-down house, almost like just a shack with white walls and a wooden door. And everything stops outside that shack. And the fairy says only you can enter. And the dragon jumps down off your shoulder. And you enter that shack. And as you enter, so you realise that you're in a vast room. And you're taken aback by this. So you leave that shack a minute. You look around the outside of the shack, and you very easily and quickly walk around the outside and decide that it's best to just accept what's going on. And so you enter that shack again, enter that vast room. You walk across that vast room and find a door. You walk through that door and find a room full of doors. And you try each door, and every door you walk through just seems to be another room full of even more doors. And eventually you find a room that seems to have no doors. So you enter that room, thinking that's the one that stands out as being different. And in this room, you can just see 3 paintings, one on the back wall, one on the wall to the left, and one on the wall to the right, but no other doors. And so you walk and slowly look at each painting. You look at a painting of a lighthouse. You walk around the floor to the next painting. In that painting, you see the ocean and an island, and then walk around to the next painting. And at that painting, you see a sunset over the ocean. And then you go and stand in the middle of the room, trying to work out what all these paintings mean. And then you have this insight, given the way things have been going. Maybe these paintings are portals. And so you walk to that first painting. You reach out your hand, go to touch that painting with your fingertips. Your fingertips pass straight through the painting, and so you step through that painting, finding yourself on a cliff near a lighthouse and a bench, and the sound of seabirds, the crashing sound of the water below the cliff, and see that light as it scans out to sea. And you walk over to the bench. You sit on the bench, look out to sea, wondering why you're here. You've been led here by a fairy and told that only you can get what's here. And you explore the lighthouse. And in the lighthouse you find a small chest, and in that chest you find a tiny key. As you wonder whether that key is important, and if it isn't, you know you can always return it. But everything here looks like it's meant to be here, apart from this box and this key. So you take that key and you head back and step out of that painting, and then step into the next painting. And in that painting, you just explore a little bit. But you can't find anything here, and don't even really know where here is. So you leave that painting and go through the third painting. And in this third painting, as the sun's setting, you see what looks like a treasure chest on the beach. And you know it's a long shot. But you decide to use that key. And you wonder why, if this treasure chest has been here for a long time, no one's taken it or opened it before. And you decide to try and move that treasure chest and realize it doesn't move. It seems to be stuck in place. And so you assume that maybe that's why it's always been here. Maybe people have tried for years to move that treasure chest, and they failed. And maybe as time's gone on, people have forgotten about this treasure chest. And you look around you and realize you're on an island. What looks like a deserted island, a small island, with just sea in every direction, as far as you can see. And you use that key to open that chest, and the lid pops open, and inside you see a glowing crystal. And as you reach in and touch that crystal, So you feel a deep sense of peace and calm. And you feel like the knowledge of that ancient race of aliens is transmitted through that crystal, almost like it's transmitted through the energy or the vibrations from that crystal, through your hand. Almost like that energy transmits that energy up through your arm and into your brain. And you start having flashes in your mind of that alien race, of their technology, of their achievements. Almost like you start to see the network of portals throughout the galaxy, and how those portals are positioned in time throughout the galaxy. As if somehow you've been led to here, to be the one to continue this knowledge on, or to start this knowledge afresh, to understand something deeper about your reality. And you take that crystal with you, leave that painting, and you head out, finding your way out of that shack, seeing all those animals still standing there. And the fairy smiles and says, "You've got what you came for." And you get back on the horse. The dragon gets back on your shoulder. And you head back through, finding your way back to where you came from. And the robot comes with you as you head back through those baths, back on Mars, back to that cave, and eventually out of the rabbit hole. And as you come out the rabbit hole, so you notice that now the sun has set, and you feel so exhausted for the journey you've been on. And you feel in your pocket and realise you've still got that crystal, that everything you've experienced was real, that this wasn't a dream. And you decide to sit down by a lake. You decide just to rest for a little bit, because in the morning you've got to continue with your cruise. And you rest there, gazing up into the sky, being aware of the stars twinkling, looking up at the moon. And as you look up towards the moon, so you can see a tiny dot moving across the sky. And as that tiny dot moves in front of the moon, you wonder whether that was the space station. And as you wonder, you close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you begin to have this sense of floating and drifting and being in space, in that space station, looking out of the windows down on the earth, watching as the planet moves by beneath you, enjoying that weightless feeling, aware that it's a bit like that feeling when you jumped out of the plane. Aware that your hair feels unusual, as there's no gravity to hold it in place. And thinking to yourself that it's strange how people think that in space there's no gravity, when in reality it's just that you're falling to Earth and you keep missing the planet. And that gravity is forever dragging the space station to Earth, but it's travelling so fast. You're just spinning around and around every 90 minutes or so, around the planet. And that gives the sensation of weightlessness. And then you find yourself back thinking about being at that lake, hearing the gentle water on the shore, just lapping near your feet, noticing the way the moon twinkles on the surface of that lake. The occasional sound of birds in the woodland. As you find your way back to a hotel you're staying in. And head up to your room, into bed. And relax down. And drift and float. Asleep, knowing that you can continue your journey around the world. Continue your cruise in the morning. Curious whether every stop is going to have adventures like these. But knowing that you know now where all the portals are on Earth and how they connect through the whole galaxy and time. And with that thought, you drift deeper and deeper asleep. And as you drift asleep, you can just imagine yourself walking along a cliff top. And as you walk along that cliff top, you can gaze out to sea. And as you gaze out to sea, you can notice way off in the distance is the tail end of a passing storm. You can see the way the rain is falling into the sea, way over on the horizon. See the occasional silent flashes of lightning in the clouds, as those clouds continue to drift further and further away over the horizon. And you can notice what that sea looks like from up here on the cliff. Perhaps noticing the white water on the tops of the waves as they roll in towards the shore. Maybe even hearing the waves down on the shore below. And noticing some seabirds, perhaps noisily flying in the sky, having their first flight after the storm. And as you walk along that cliff top, you can head towards the lighthouse. And when you reach the lighthouse, you can notice the way that light beams out to sea, swings around the sea, and then pushes out again, circling around and around. And you can walk up to the door of the lighthouse. Hear the sound of that door as you open it, and walk inside. And you can notice what the furniture is like in here. There's always that curiosity of how someone will place the furniture in a lighthouse with curved walls. And notice the thickness of those walls, of the windowsills, how deeply set in those windows are. And you can see that there's a hatch leading down under the lighthouse. And you can be curious about what's down there, but for now, decide to ascend, decide to follow that spiral staircase all the way up to the top of the lighthouse, walking around that spiral staircase, going higher and higher up that lighthouse. And at the top of the lighthouse is a hatch that leads up to the light. You can open that hatch and climb up into the room with the light. And walk over to the window and stand looking out to sea, aware of how high up you are up here. And as that light continues to turn, you feel the warmth of that light on the back of your neck as it passes by you, and you see your shadow stretched across the sea. And from up here, you can see that storm going off in the distance. And then you notice, way off on the horizon, almost like a light flashing back, and you don't know whether it's a boat or whether from this height you're able to see the shore of some land a long way away. And you climb back down from this light, go down the staircase, and when you're back on the ground floor, you decide to open that hatch and see what's under this lighthouse. And you know you're up high on a cliff, and so you wonder whether this hatch leads down into the cliff. And you open the hatch, and you see a shaft beneath that hatch, and a ladder. And you follow that ladder down deeper under the lighthouse. And you feel like you're descending for such a long time, so long that you start getting curious about when you're going to reach the bottom. And the whole time you're descending, the light above you gets further and further away, and everything around you gets darker and darker. And eventually you start to hear the distant echoey sound of the occasional drop in what sounds like an echoey cave. And then you finally reach the ground. And you see next to you on the ground, with the light on a mobile phone, there are some matches and some candles, and so you make a torch with those candles. You light a candle, and you notice the way the flickering flame of a candle dances its light on the walls, shadows moving, the smell of that candle flame. You notice there seems to be a bit of a breeze down here from somewhere, the way that flame dances in your hand. And as you walk down this corridor, you notice it looks like it's been hand cut, like someone's just been down here with a pickaxe, hacking away, creating this space. And you see at regular intervals what looks like lights on the walls to be lit by the flame from the candle. And as you light each one with the flame, so a little bit more area glows to life. You start to see more and more of this space. And you're curious how deep you are, whether you descended beyond the depth of the cliff, or whether you're just within the cliff. And you wonder why someone dug this space out. And as you continue exploring, so the sounds of dripping water increases, and then you start hearing just a distant, faint rumble. And you continue walking through the cavern, walking down different corridors, different tunnels, exploring other caverns, lighting the lights as you go. And that rumbling sound increases. And eventually you find yourself in a vast cavern that seems to have a river flowing through it. It seems to be quite a wide river that's just creating a low rumble as water from a waterfall pours in at one end. And as the river's wide, so the river's reasonably slow moving. And you see, tied to the shore, is a rowboat, and you decide to explore. You've come this far, so you decide to get into that rowboat and explore. So you untie it from the shore, use an oar to push off from the side. You hear that sloshing around the boat. You climb into the boat, feel the rocking as you get in, get settled in that boat, pushing away from the shore. Then using the oars to direct yourself and to gently push yourself along the river. And you don't have to do much pushing. It's more just steering, keep yourself on track. And you still have that candle which you've rested down in a gap that seemed to be designed specifically to hold a candle at the front of the boat. And as you head out of the cavern, following that river, so the ceiling of this cavern seems lower, and you enter what seems like a channel created just by the flow of this water. And the water speeds up slightly. You can see the way the light flickers around the walls, on the ceiling. And occasionally that water sprays up a little bit, splashing on the boat, splashing against the walls. And you notice it has a salty smell. And you realize that this river must be seawater that's flowed in here somehow. And then all of a sudden, that water begins to speed up, and the boat begins to speed up, and you feel yourself pushed back slightly in that rowboat with the acceleration. And then it feels almost like you're on a water ride. Suddenly it becomes more steep, and you feel like you're dropping down, following that water, as it seems to go steeply down, before after quite a while starting to straighten out more again. It seems to have a few turns, a few twists, and use the oars to reduce the amount you knock into the sides, before ending up in another larger space with calmer water again. And you try and look around you, see where you are, and you can't really see much, just that faint glow on the cave walls. And you notice that you're gradually drifting towards another tunnel. And this one turns out to be steeper than the last. And you feel perfectly fine, perfectly safe, but you feel like you should just hang on a little bit and go with the flow. And the next time it comes out to another underground lake, you notice something different about this area. but it's much colder than where you left. And you notice the boat seems to be moving through the water, almost as if that water has become a little bit more syrup-like, a little bit thicker. And you put your hands into the water, and you feel how cold that water is. And now the breeze downhill has increased significantly to what it was like when you entered this area, when you came underground. And you pull the boat over to the side. You tie the boat to a rock. You climb out of that boat and you see a tunnel to follow. And you walk down that tunnel. And although this has felt like a long ride, you're curious how far you've come for it to be so cold, and where you've ended up. And you start to hear a howling wind sound. And you find your way down a cave. You see a light at the end of the tunnel. And you head towards that light. And you notice, as you start getting closer to that light, that everything outside that light is white. And the closer that you get, the more you realise that it's snow. And you find yourself coming out in a snowy environment. And you can see a little way in the distance there's a log cabin. And it doesn't look like there's any lights on in the log cabin. It doesn't look like there's anybody there. But you decide you want to get yourself warm and try and figure out where you are. And so you push through that snow towards the log cabin, pushing your feet through the snow, crunching on snow, walking through higher bits of powdery snow, having to push through some trees and the branches and the snow falling off those branches, and that cold wind on your cheeks. And eventually you reach that cabin. You open the door, enter the cabin, close that door behind you. Notice the sudden drop in sound of that wind. And the first thing you do is find a way to warm yourself up. You see that there's some wood and there's a log fire. And you put wood in the fireplace. You start yourself a fire. You then go through to the bedroom. You notice there's loads of incredibly fluffy blankets. The softest blankets you could find. And you wrap a couple of blankets around you. Almost like those blankets are giving you a hug. And you feel that warmth. And before doing anything else, You go and sit in a chair, an incredibly comfortable chair, by that log fire. And you relax in that chair wrapped in blankets. And you just calm down your breathing and relax. You just watch the fire. Watch the way the flames dance in the fireplace. Hear that crackling. Feeling the warmth of that fire on your cheeks. The warmth of the fire warming your legs and your feet and your hands. And feeling more comfortable as you relax in front of that fire. And after you've warmed up, you decide to take a moment to see if there's anything to eat. And you find a tin of carrots. You find a bag of marshmallows. You don't find much else here. And so you open the tin of carrots. You cook the carrots and you just eat them as they are. But the thing you're looking forward to is the marshmallow. You go back to your seat and you have a poker. Then you just sit next to the fire, and while you relax, you take marshmallows one at a time, heating it up, and then eating it, and relaxing, and heating another one up, and then eating it. Almost drifting into your own little world in your mind, while you just heat marshmallows and eat them, until you decide that perhaps you should be more productive. This is, after all, a strange experience, because you don't know where you are and how a simple tunnel could transport you here. And so you start searching the cabin to try and figure out where you are. And you can't find any immediate clues. And so you look out the window, see if outside there are any clues. And then you notice that there's a polar bear and a polar bear cub just walking through the woods, through the trees, and heading out into the snow. And you think that's a curious sight, given that a little while ago you were stood in a lighthouse on a cliff. And you wonder whether that's a clue as to where you are. And the sky is blue. It's quite windy, but the sky is blue. And you notice the sun's beginning to set. And so you think when you see the stars, perhaps you'll recognise where you are. And as the sun begins to set, and you wait for that sun to set, You find yourself waiting and waiting. And the longer you wait, the more that sun seems to be rising again. And you notice that for some reason here, the sun isn't setting. It's reaching a sunset, but then it's turning into a sunrise. And you decide that you're going to get a good night's sleep. And you can go and explore in the morning. And so you take all those blankets to the bedroom. You make yourself the coziest, most comfortable bed you can. You wrap yourself up in that bed. And close your eyes and drift and float comfortably asleep. And while you sleep, you begin to dream. And it doesn't surprise you that your dreams are a little unusual, given that your experience is a little unusual. Find yourself walking through a forest. And you notice there's something unusual about the plants here. They have these enormous leaves. And you watch as a squirrel climbs a tree. You watch the way it leaps from one tree to another. And then scampers its way around the trunk of a tree, pausing partway round, its legs stretched out, and then scampering around some more, high up into the tree. And as you watch that squirrel, so you hear thuds in the background. You can feel the ground shaking beneath your feet with each thud. You wonder whether there's a pile driver somewhere, perhaps trying to drive something into a deep hole. You decide to explore to find out. And when you go to explore, suddenly you see what looks like a tree trunk lift off the ground, move forward, and then thud back down again, followed by what looks like another tree trunk and another and another. And then you notice even more. And you follow those tree trunks up with your eyes, and you realise that they're the legs of enormous dinosaurs. And you look out towards the heads of the dinosaur, and you see that they seem to be sweeping their heads from side to side, clearing the area around them of vegetation in arcs around their heads. They seem to have their necks stretched out, and they eat some food, and then they move their head along slightly, they eat some more food. And they do that until they've moved their head all the way from one side across to the other. And then they take a step so they can reach some more vegetation. And they do the same again. And you perhaps think to yourself that you thought that These dinosaurs with these long necks would be reaching up high into canopies of trees, eating the leaves from high up in trees, imagining it would be a bit like watching giraffe eating. But instead they seem to be sweeping their heads from side to side, just slowly eating what's in front of their head, then eating a bit further along, a bit further along. And this was behaviour you weren't expecting to see. And you wonder if there are these dinosaurs, what else is perhaps here? And you also wonder whether these dinosaurs would notice if you climbed up on their back. You felt that might help you to get a better view of things. And so you walk to the back end of one of the dinosaurs. You climb up on its tail while it's feeding. And you follow its tail up to its back. And it doesn't seem to notice you at all. You suspect that perhaps it doesn't have a lot of feeling for subtleties like a small creature like you climbing on it. And you look around and you realise that this is some kind of prehistoric land. And that it looks totally different to the kind of land you're used to, yet it has a certain familiarity. And you see off in the distance something twinkle or shine like a light in the distance. And you decide that's the place to go and explore. That will perhaps give you answers about this dream. And you're aware that this dream feels so lucid and so real. You're so aware that you're actually fast asleep in a cabin. And so you climb down from the dinosaur. You dodge around and between the dinosaurs as you run out of this area in the direction of that light. And you push on through different vegetation, hearing different sounds of unfamiliar animals. Eventually, hearing an electrical buzzing sound. And then seeing what looks like a blue portal, almost like it's got lightning or electricity buzzing around it and being sucked into the sides of it, creating a tunnel in space and time. And you decide that in this dream you're going to go through that portal and see where it leads. And so you run and you jump through that portal. And you find yourself landing on the softest sand, on the most beautiful beach, with water gently lapping on a shore. And you see on the shore, just where the water meets the shore, that there's a bottle that seems to just be washed up and back on the shore just bobbing onto the sand, being pulled a little way back out to sea, then being washed back onto the sand. And you pick up that bottle. And you find that there's a message inside the bottle. And you take the paper out of the bottle. And it looks like it could have been written yesterday. But you notice that there's a date in the top corner that shows it was actually written hundreds of years earlier. And that it talks about a ship carrying treasures, and that the ship is in trouble. And you wonder what happened to that ship. You see there's coordinates, and the coordinates aren't too far. And the map that's scribbled onto this note shows that it isn't too far, if it's correct, to get to where that ship last was. You don't know what happened, whether anything would be where that ship was at the point of the bottle being thrown overboard. But you decide to explore anyway. And you see that there's a rowboat up on the beach. You take that rowboat down to the water. You row out to sea, over the waves by the shore. And then you look down into that clear water, and you can see what looks like a wreck down there. And it doesn't look too far down, that it had hit rocks near enough to the shore, and that at the time it hit those rocks, perhaps they didn't realise how close to the shore they were. There's obviously no lighthouses around here. And so you decide to dive down. The water's really calm, so you decide to dive down, taking a deep breath, being in a deeply relaxed state. And exploring and seeing if you can find what's down there. And you dive down and notice how, once you're underwater, sound changes, softens, deepens. Time seems to slow right down as you swim down deeper and deeper. And you see a chest on the sea floor, just inside the wreck of the boat. And it's only a small chest, but you decide to grab hold of that chest, push off the bottom, and swim up to the surface. You place that chest in your rowboat. You then go round to the back of the rowboat, pulling yourself up and over the back of the rowboat. As the rowboat gently turns in the water and bobs up and down, and you row back towards the shore. And back at the shore, you open that chest, curious what'll be in there. as you open that chest, you find a crystal. You hold that crystal, and you're sure you can feel energy coming from the crystal. And this whole experience feels surprisingly lucid. And you feel that this crystal somehow has meaning. And you close that chest, keeping hold of the crystal. And as you do, so you start to hear sounds of robins and sounds of other birds. And you find yourself awakening in that cabin. And you find that there are bird sounds that you're familiar with, even though you're in an unfamiliar place. And you don't know where those sounds are coming from. It's almost like it was a natural alarm clock, just telling you it was time to come back from that dream. And you notice that that crystal is sitting beside you on the side table next to the bed. You start trying to think whether that crystal was always there, and that's why you dreamt it, or whether somehow you took that crystal out of your dream. And you pick the crystal up and you decide to take that with you. As you explore this area, you know you have to watch out for the polar bears. So you keep an eye out for them. You look around before leaving the cabin. And you head into the woods, head into the trees. And you see an unusual sight. You see a squirrel climbing the tree, jumping from one tree to another, and with each landing, a puff of snow falls from the tree. And you see that squirrel in a tree, and see it bashing a nut or some kind of object, and then eating what it's just broken into. And you notice that it seems to be using tools, and you admire how intelligent the squirrels seem to be. And you wonder what other animals around here that you can't see. And you can't stop here to drift into a meditation to find out. So you just continue to explore. And while you explore, you notice footprints in the snow. And you realize they look like human footprints. So you decide to follow those footprints, see who else is here. And you follow those footprints through the trees, coming out near some cliffs. You keep following those footprints. And then you find a cave and you see there's a fire lit in the cave. And you notice someone sat cross-legged by that fire. And they're just chanting to themselves, with their eyes closed, so focused on just chanting, almost seemingly unaware of your arrival. And you sit down cross-legged the other side of the fire, waiting for them to be aware of you. And you have this sense that they are aware of you, but what they're doing is more important to them than acknowledging your presence. And you find something about their chanting almost hypnotic, almost seeming to draw you in, especially with the flickering of the fire between you and that sound of the wind just outside the cave, the way that wind seems to whistle slightly as it blows past the cave. And eventually that person opens their eyes and they say that you found a crystal on a beach, and that crystal belongs here, and you'll know where when you go there. And you felt this was a little cryptic, and you asked for more information, and they just repeated the same thing. You found a crystal here. And they tell you the same information that still makes little sense. And eventually, when you've asked 3 or 4 times, they tell you to go and explore the cave. And as they tell you to explore the cave, you hear the dripping of the water off of the icicles hanging in the cave entrance. And they draw your attention more so to that dripping. And they tell you to grab some water first. And they offer you a pot and tell you to stand under an icicle until the pot is full. And so you stand under that icicle holding that pot, and it seems to take so long to fill that pot with water. And you want to just put the pot down, let it fill itself. But they tell you no, you need to stand there and have the patience to fill that pot. And then they go back to meditating and chanting by the fire. And as they meditate and chant by the fire, so you gaze at that water filling that pot. And eventually that pot fills to the top with water. And they tell you that that water you've just gathered is directly from nature. It's cycled around, and it'll continue cycling around long after you've been and gone. But that is a healing elixir. And it'll help you to heal yourself on many levels. Spiritually, physically, emotionally, psychologically. And that'll help you with your entire journey. And they encourage you to drink. And so you drink that ice cold water. You can feel that water as it passes into your mouth down your throat, and down through your body. And then you can feel it almost turning to a warmth as the healing begins to spread around your body, down to the tips of your toes, out to your fingertips, up to your cheeks, your head, round through your face and neck, through your chest, your stomach, through the whole of your body. And you feel that healing passing through you and filling you up. And then they tell you you're ready now to head into the cave. And you walk into the cave. And as you walk into that cave, so you notice this cave is full of crystals, that the tiniest bit of light reflects around the walls, making everything sparkle wherever you look. And that right in the middle of this cave is a space for your crystal. And you walk over, you place that crystal into that space. And as soon as you do, it's almost like it turns on a projector here. Almost like a holographic projector, projecting 3D images that surround you. You notice children having a snowball fight. You see happy people running on a beach, hearing the sound of waves lapping on the shore. People having fun, people walking dogs, people in a park playing. You seem to see many memories and thoughts and ideas from people through time and space. And that person had said that you'll learn from this experience here. And you watch, then begin to feel a sense of positive emotion as you connect with the learning, as that starts taking hold within you, learning what different images, different movies playing out around you mean, how they relate to being. And you feel that that's somehow connecting deep within you, and then growing and welling from within you to fill your body like the healing elixir. And then almost as quickly as it had appeared, the room went dark, the cave went dark, and you knew that deep inside you that wisdom is planted, like planting a seed in a garden, and then watering that seed, giving that seed some nutrients, and then just looking after that seed and nurturing that seed, and giving it space and time to grow and heal and become what it becomes. And as you leave that cave, that person near the entrance says you've learned what you came here to learn, even if you don't realise it just yet. And you head back out into the snow, and you don't yet know how you're going to find your way back to the lighthouse. And when you get back to the cave, you find that just around the side of the cave there's a slight glowing, humming sound, and you realise there's a portal round the side of the cave, and you enter that portal, and you find yourself on a small island, and you can see a storm disappearing off into the distance. Silent lightning striking in the clouds, way off in the distance, and you can see on the horizon the light from a lighthouse sweeping across the ocean. You then see a long shadow of someone standing in front of the light, and you realise that that was you when you were up in that lighthouse, and that you're now in the location of that distant light or flash you saw when you stood up there in that lighthouse. And you notice that as that storm continues to pass and move further away, so the ocean continues to calm. And you see a rowboat on this little island. And there's a message in a bottle resting on this beach. You open the bottle and take that message out, and it just says row. And so you put that message back in the bottle and back on the beach. You push that rowboat down to the shore and just into the water. You climb into the rowboat, push off the shore with the oars, and you begin to row towards that lighthouse in the distance. And you bob up and down over the water near the shore. And then the waves get larger, but smoother as you move a bit further out. And you head towards that beacon in the distance. And after some time, you reach that shoreline. You pull up that boat at the foot of the cliffs. You climb up the cliffs following a path. And up on top of the cliff, you see that wise person from the cave sitting on a bench. You walk over and sit on the bench next to them. They tell you you found what you came here for, and you'll learn that, and you'll discover that. And then they stand up from beside you and they walk off. Then you stand up and you head home. And at home, you feel like you've had such a long day. You feel like you've had such a strange experience. You feel that it's a lot to process. And so you head to bed, wrap up warm, you settle down, and you drift and float, comfortably relaxed, soundly asleep. And while you begin to drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And it's a story about a woman who lives in a really nice country house, and she's sitting in her back garden, admiring the views down that garden, drinking a drink, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, and just feeling a sense of peace, calm and relaxation. And she's watching as the bees fly in and out of the roses on the trellis at the back of the garden that kind of arches around a path. She watches as butterflies land on the flowers down the side of the garden and admires the different types of butterflies. And she can see the colourful birds landing in trees, singing so beautifully, and the way all the plants just gently sway in the breeze. And as she just sits and watches, she starts gazing up towards the sky, noticing whether there's any clouds up there, thinking about how some clouds can look like different shapes, different animals, and sometimes it's the spaces between the clouds that create the shapes or animals. And as she gazes at the sky, so she begins to feel herself relaxing even deeper, listening to the songbirds, feeling the slightest breeze on her cheeks, and that warmth of the sun, and the wafts of the smell from the flowers. And while relaxing deeper and deeper into the experience, she lets her eyes gently close. And as her eyes gently close, so she has this feeling of drifting out of her body and beginning to float up into the sky. And she can see her house down there. And she feels so light and free, and feels a sense of peace and calm. And that pleasant floating feeling, almost like lying on your back in water and floating on your back, where you can see above you and you feel weightless and relaxed. She notices how her breathing is slowing and relaxing. And as she continues to float higher and higher and further from her home, she sees off in the distance a larger cloud, and she begins to get closer and closer to that larger cloud. It looks almost like a giant crumpled up ball of cotton wool that looks so soft, or a crumpled up ball of silk. And as she gets nearer and nearer, she realizes there's the most perfectly white palace on this cloud. And she lands on that cloud so easily and effortlessly, landing on her feet, and walks along that soft cloud, with each footstep barely making a sound. And the cloud comfortably resisting her feet, like walking on a lawn with short grass, where there's just a little bit of resistance, a little bit of sponginess, but at the same time there's a certain firmness to that ground. But unlike a lawn, there's almost no sound from each footstep. And she walks toward the palace. And as she nears that palace, she notices a road or a path beginning to form in front of her. That looks like it's made out of pure white stone. But as she walks on it, she notices that it feels more like it's somehow a condensed version of the cloud. And she follows that path, and finds her way to a bridge, and notices that it's a drawbridge, and that drawbridge gets lowered over what looks like a sparkling silver river flowing across the cloud. And she walks across that bridge, noticing a slight clippity-clop of her feet on the wood, before carrying on to an almost noiseless steps the other side. And she heads up and into the palace, knocking on the door of the palace, opening that door, feeling invited as she walks in, being aware of how light and airy the palace seems, as light shines in through stained glass windows, illuminating areas of the floor with the most beautiful colours, and other windows higher up, shining pure white light down into the space below. And then mirrors around different pillars and in different locations, reflecting that light around and spreading that light out, reflecting onto the white walls, and then having it reflecting off the white walls, softening that light, creating the most beautiful glow inside this palace. And she walks through the enormous hallway area, thinking to herself how this one space would be large enough to use like a ballroom. And she heads through another door, into another chamber. And this chamber is far more cosy. Unlike the section she just came from, where the floor looked like marble but barely made a sound. This floor looks almost like it's carpeted, And although it also barely makes a sound, the slight sound that it does make has a duller tone to it. And that dull tone barely echoes within this room. And she notices that around the walls of the room are enormous numbers of books stacked higher than you could reach all around those walls. And sitting at the far end of the room in an armchair is what looks like a princess reading a book. And she doesn't look up, doesn't flinch, doesn't acknowledge that you've entered the room, as if she's totally engrossed in that book and just turning those pages. And as the woman walks towards her, so she begins to get curious about what this book must be that's so absorbing. And just as she's almost upon this princess, the princess closes the book, puts it down beside her, and looks up, and then gestures to the comfortable seat behind her. And the woman sits down in that comfortable seat, almost feeling like she's sitting down deeper than she sat down before, as if somehow there's some kind of magical property to this comfortable seat. And the princess starts talking to her and telling her that she's going to go on a journey. She's going to go on a bit of an adventure of discovery. And that there's something she's going to learn from it. Something she'll gain inside herself. But there's something that she needs to take with her. And the princess stands up, walks over to the bookshelves, slides a ladder along the bookshelves, climbs up that ladder all the way to the top, grabs a small box, climbs back down again, moves that ladder back over again, and sits back down, lifting the lid of the box, revealing a pocket watch. And she pops open that pocket watch. And as she does, the woman can hear the ticking from the pocket watch. And she glances over at that pocket watch and notices that it seems to be keeping good time. And on the inside of the lid is the most beautiful gold that looks so pristine, and carved into that is an elaborate pattern of shapes that are all interlocking. And behind the hands of that pocket watch, she can see the cogs moving. And behind the cogs, she can notice the way the light seems to be reflecting off that back deep inside the watch and then back out again. As if somehow there's depth to this watch, like there's more back there than she realises. And the princess tells her that this watch will stop, and when the watch stops, the time that it stops at is the time she needs to know. So she needs to keep an eye on this watch, check it regularly. And the watch will continue once that time comes around at the right time. And that'll let her know that that moment is the right time. And there'll be a sense of connection. And the woman's a little confused by this. She feels it's a little vague. But she gets handed that pocket watch. She feels the weight of that in her hand. She closes the lid. And the princess doesn't give her the box. She just closes that box, puts it down beside her. And the woman puts that pocket watch into her pocket. And the princess ushers her to leave. And so she finds her way back through the palace, back out of that palace, back over that bridge, walks along the cloud, and with just a simple thought, she floats up from that cloud and begins to float and drift back down towards herself. And as she does, she gazes back, and she can see a sheet of rain gently falling from that cloud, and recognises that the location it's falling at the bottom of the cloud is in line with that river that seemed to be passing across in front of the palace. And she wonders whether that river has a leak in the bottom of it somehow. And she floats down towards herself, arrives back at her property, drifts inside herself, and then feels herself move a little bit and drift back in that garden. And as she drifts back in that garden, she wonders whether that was just a dream. And then she fills her pocket, puts her hand in her pocket, and discovers that pocket watch. And she thinks that that's an unusual experience to have had, wondering how it could even be possible. And yet the pocket watch proves that she had had that experience. And after having another drink and relaxing in this garden, while the sun is beginning to set, she decides to walk inside her house a moment, to think about what this all means. And she sits inside, and to keep comfortable inside, she sits by her fire, because although it's warm during the day, she's aware it gets cooler at night. And while sitting by the fire, her cat Pickles jumps up on her lap, curls around and then slumps down on her lap. And she gently strokes Pickles on its back, behind its ear. And with each stroke she notices that purring and can feel the purring through her hand. And something about Pickles lying there purring and the sensation of the weight of Pickles resting there brings a sense of peace, of calmness and comfort to her, almost as if somehow the purring of Pickles slows her breathing, helps her muscles relax, and helps her just drift and float peacefully with the experience. And she's aware that she's going to go out for the evening. She wants to begin to just drive around and try and work out what this all means. And she feels that if she can drive around a little bit, maybe it'll make sense. And with Pickles on her lap, she looks at that pocket watch. She opens the pocket watch. She can hear it ticking away. And she closes that pocket watch, puts Pickles down on the ground, and decides to go out for a drive for a little bit, to see if anything will stimulate her mind and give her an idea of what this all means. And she gets into a farm truck that belongs to a neighbour of hers that lets her drive it around this area. And she drives across the fields. She drives over the muddy tracks. She drives all the way to a distant lake, many miles from her home. Parks up the truck, and from in the truck she gazes out the windscreen over the lake, watches as the moon rises in the sky, the way that full moon illuminates the water. Like dancing splinters of silver on the water. She leaves the truck, closes that door behind her, walks down to the water's edge. And sits by the water's edge, just resting her feet into that cool water. And as she rests there, gazing up at the sky, hearing that incredibly gentle lapping on the shore, that slight tickling around her legs as that water rolls in and out, looking as the finest clouds pass in front of the moon, creating a rainbow in the sky from the moonlight. Noticing the twinkling of those stars, the occasional shooting star. She takes out that pocket watch, flips open the lid, and to try and see the time, she tilts the watch towards the moon. And as she does, she notices a rainbow jump out of the watch and split apart and shine up in the sky. And she realises somewhere deep inside that watch is some kind of a prism that seems so sensitive that it's able to take that moonlight and, as well as splitting it into the colours of the rainbow, it seems to be able to amplify that light. And as she moves her hand, she notices that rainbow disappear, and then she moves her hand back and notices it appear again. And she looks at where that rainbow's going, at where that multicoloured light seems to be reflecting. She wonders if this has anything to do with what's supposed to happen. And as she looks at the hands, she sees that the different hands are passing through different colours, and that the lights seem to be colouring the different parts of the internal part of this watch with those different colours. And then she notices that the two hands stop, and the ticking stops. And she looks at what that time is, and she looks at the colours that the hands are shining through. And she shakes that watch a little bit to see if it'll start that ticking again. She puts it to her ear, can't hear any ticking. So she clicks that lid shut, and she has this strangest sense, almost like she just shut a lid on a rainbow. As if perhaps, as long as she doesn't open it and look, that rainbow will be trapped in there and exists. But she worries that if she pops it open, that bit of rainbow she's trapped will escape and be gone forever. And so she keeps that pocket watch closed, puts it in her pocket, can hear the occasional noise of the evening animals. And then decides to go back to the truck and make her journey back home again. And once home, she goes to bed, drifts off asleep, still wondering what this all means. She now has a time, and she knows something will happen at that time, but she doesn't know when that time will happen. She knows she just has to look out for a time that that clock starts ticking again. And she goes to bed and she begins to comfortably drift asleep in bed. And she can hear the gentle ticking of a clock in her room. As she relaxes and drifts asleep. And the next morning, she wakes up early, She has some breakfast. And she's planning on going to the beach. But it's a long drive to the beach. So she gathers herself up some food, a packed lunch for the journey, says goodbye to Pickles, and watches as Pickles initially seems interested, and she thinks, oh, Pickles is going to miss me, before Pickles jumps up in her chair, turns around, slumps down, rests its head on its paws, and seems to just fall asleep where it is. And she closes the front door and starts her drive to the beach. And as she drives to the beach, so the sun begins to rise. And she looks at the colours of the sky and how those colours change as her journey continues. And after many hours she stops off at a meadow on the way, sits in that meadow, eats her packed lunch, enjoys watching the wildlife around her, and then continues her journey to that beach. And at the beach she takes her shoes off, walks along the most beautiful white sand, and can feel that sand through her toes, noticing the way her feet sink into the sand by the water, and the way the sand tickles her feet when she's walking away from the water in that dry and dusty sand. And she can hear that water gently lapping and rolling onto the shore, and then rolling back out to sea. And while walking along, she sees a rowboat, and she decides to take that rowboat out to an island a little way offshore. And when she makes this trip, she quite likes rowing out, or perhaps even sometimes swimming out to the island, because most people don't go to that kind of effort. And so it's always deserted. It's always a place of peace and calm, somewhere that she can gather her thoughts, and so she rows out towards that island, arrives at the island, climbs out of the boat, drags it up just onto the shore, and then sits down under the most beautiful palm trees that were just enough shelter from the sun so that she could relax and just take in the environment, listening to the way the water rolls onto the shore, hearing the sound of leaves moving in the breeze, and resting against the palm tree, occasionally with a slightly stronger gust of wind. She can even feel the slight movement of that palm tree behind her. And as she rests there, just gazing out to sea. So she notices some dolphins swimming along, occasionally jumping in the air, flipping, splashing in the water, other times jumping high, and yet landing nose first so gracefully they barely seem to disturb the surface. Marvelling at the control that they seem to have over their actions. And then she is surprised to hear a voice from behind her. And slightly startled, she turns around to see this woman walking across this deserted island from behind her, from the other side of the island. She wonders where this woman had come from. There's nowhere to have rowed from or swam from on that side of the island. And she walks over and sits down next to the woman. And this woman is confused who this other woman is and where she came from. And she asks, and the woman says that she came from the Emerald Palace. And this woman wonders what the Emerald Palace is, saying that she doesn't know of any palaces around here. And this woman tells her that it's very nearby, and that she can take her if she wants. But she'll have to leave some things behind on this island, just for now, but she'll be back. And the woman agrees with curiosity. And so she leaves the pocket watch. She leaves a few other items she's got with her. She double checks that the boat is securely up on the shore. And then that woman reaches over, takes her hand, and starts walking towards the far side of the island. And she pulls the woman gently into the water, saying to follow me, that you're going to enjoy this experience. But it may be confusing at first. And the two of them begin to walk into that water. And this woman rests her hand gently in the centre of the back of the woman. And the woman feels this strange warmth passing through her back, passing through her chest, around her neck, up to her cheeks, around her face. And then this woman looks her in the eye, says, "Trust me." And then the two of them dive into the water, and as they do, bubbles start appearing around the lower half of this woman. And as the bubbles clear, the woman realises that this person's actually a mermaid, that takes her by surprise, seeing this tail behind her. And she's even more surprised by the fact that the tail isn't scaly, as she imagined a mermaid's tale would be. But then she thought to herself that's probably not a surprise really, given that if this mermaid can breathe air, maybe this mermaid is a mammal. Rather than a fish. And the mermaid's tail was going up and down, rather than side to side. And this woman spent so much time thinking about the fact she just realised that this person is a mermaid, that she didn't even notice at first that she hadn't needed to breathe, that she seemed to be just so comfortably holding her breath, as if it's the most effortless, comfortable thing in the world. She wasn't trying to hold her breath, but she also wasn't trying to breathe. She was just comfortably swimming deeper and deeper. And she could hear the underwater sounds, hear the movement of waves overhead, see rays of sunlight shimmering and dancing as they were swimming further away from those rays. And everything began to get darker the deeper they swam. And then the mermaid reached over with her other hand, gently touched the woman on the forehead, and she noticed her vision improving. Suddenly she could see better, almost as if she had better eyesight to see in low light. And then as they swam deeper and deeper, she began to notice this emerald glow. Initially it looked almost like just a shimmering emerald colour in the sea, somewhere off in the distance. And then the closer they got to this glow, the more she noticed that it was a glowing emerald palace deep under the ocean here. And she could see all these mermaids and mermen swimming around the palace, swimming into the palace, swimming out of the palace. She could see people swimming on the backs of whales, travelling even faster and even deeper, some riding whales up towards the surface. She could see some seemingly herding fish. It was as if there was an entire community down here, which she was totally unaware of. But she was aware that she would have thought this was a strange experience if it hadn't been for the experience she'd had the day before. And she didn't believe the experience she'd had the day before until she found that she still had the pocket watch. And now she was having this experience. And the two of them swam into that palace. And inside the palace there was a location almost like an airlock, where they swam in. And then the water level started lowering, And then as the water level lowered, so the mermaid's tail turned back into legs. And by the time the water had drained, she was stood there, looking as human as she did before. And she rested her hand on the forehead of the woman, rested her other hand on the back of the woman. The woman felt that warmth, and felt that feeling on her forehead and around her eyes. And then the mermaid said that she's just put her breathing and her vision back to normal for now, while they're in the palace. And she looked behind her and could see what looked like the water resting against nothing, as if the water was just there. She had this feeling like she could just put her hand out and touch that water, or perhaps even put her hand straight through the water into the rest of the ocean. But she didn't want to, just in case she wasn't supposed to. And the two of them walked into the palace, and she wondered why this mermaid found her, how this mermaid found her, and why this mermaid brought her here. And as they walked in the palace, initially their footsteps sounded wet as their damp feet walked on that solid surface. And it was almost like walking on solid glass. And she could see the wet footsteps left behind her, noticing those footprints. And then they walked through a part of the palace that seemed almost carpeted, but it seemed like a natural carpet. Like everything in this part of the palace was alive. Like walking through grass. And the mermaid said that she's aware that the woman had been and seen the princess in the palace in the cloud, and that watch had stopped, and that there's something important about this woman. She just doesn't know it yet. Like many people, we have a purpose in life. We just don't necessarily know it. And the woman was intrigued. The mermaid said she's got something she's going to give her. And she walks her to this incredibly comfortable seat. She sits down on that seat, almost like resting down in water, somehow just being weightless on that seat, almost having a feeling of floating while sitting on the seat. And the mermaid then heads off to grab something. And the woman recognises that this room vaguely resembles the palace in the sky, except this is deep under the ocean. And this palace is an emerald colour, whereas the palace in the sky was bright white. And that mermaid returns. And she returns with another pocket watch. Only this pocket watch is broken. And she says that it's a special watch. But it's only when it's ticking again that she'll know that the moment is right. And the woman wonders about these vague messages about moments being right. And why all these clocks are going to start ticking at the right time. And so she takes that pocket watch, and she's told that she needs to go and get it fixed. And then the mermaid leaves this palace with her. They swim back up through the ocean, back to that deserted island. And back on the deserted island, the woman sits under that palm tree. She has a drink from a fresh coconut. She wonders about the experience so far. She looks at the two watches. She notices their similarities and their differences. She turns them over and looks at the back of them. She doesn't want to pop open the one she got from the palace in the clouds, but she pops open this new one. She listens and can't hear any ticking. She shakes it and can't hear any rattling. She wonders what's wrong with it. She tries to wind it up, but nothing happens. And she puts them both in her pocket and decides just to rest there for a little bit longer before heading back to the main shoreline. Because resting here, she can hear the seagulls overhead. She can watch dolphins out to sea, listen to the way the waves break on the shore. And while resting on this island, she builds herself a hammock between two of the trees, climbs into that hammock, and starts reading a book. And she gently tries to swing that hammock just a little bit. Giving herself a feeling of almost rocking into relaxation. And as she rocks deeper into relaxation, reading that book, a part of her mind is still elsewhere, wondering about the meaning of the watches. And she waits until gone the middle of the day, keeping protected under the canopies of the trees, before heading back to her boat and rowing that boat back to shore. And back on shore she walks along through that beautiful white sand, and she begins to hear some circus music in the distance, and notices that way off down the shore near the pier There's a circus tent. There's a fairground. And she can see as families are heading along the pier, are heading into that fair, are heading into that circus tent. And she decides to wander down, investigate it for herself, before she'll walk back and journey back home. And so she wanders along the shore, and the closer she gets to the fairground, to the circus, the louder that music gets, and the more she notices how many people are there. And she can see that there's obviously a show going on in that circus tent, and children are coming out with balloons and big smiles on their faces. And she decides to get onto the merry-go-round and have a quick ride on that, listening to that music as she bobs up and down, travelling round and round, watching the lights and all the action around her. But she finds that her mind is still wandering and drifting and wondering. And she leaves this area with some candy floss and eats that candy floss as she walks along, feeling the way it's melting in her mouth, the way it tickles her nose when it accidentally touches her nose. The way her fingers become sticky as it gets on her fingers. She washes her hands as she finishes that candy floss. And walks along the shore a little further, just to find somewhere quiet for a moment, to still think and ponder. And along the shore there's a few small shops, and normally she tries to avoid going this far down. She likes the area of the beach where there's just sand and countryside and nature. She's not so much a fan of coming to the built-up area, to the pier, to the shops. And as she walks along, so she can see these quaint shops, the signs of what they all are. And she notices that one of them is a watchmaker's. And she wonders whether they could fix the watch. She doesn't know what she'll say if she's asked where it's from, but she'll just try and be vague. And she heads into that quaint watchmaker's store, bell ringing as she walks in, bell ringing as the door closes behind her. She can hear ticking coming from all directions around her, with the clocks over the walls, cabinets full of watches, and an elderly man, hunched over, with glasses, with a little microscope on the end of the glasses. and an item that seems to have the smallest end to it. He seems to be working on something, and he doesn't look up, he doesn't flinch, he doesn't respond at all to her entrance. He seems so focused on the job that he's doing. And so she looks at the different clocks around the wall. She looks in the cabinets at the different watches, and then goes and stands near the counter. And she waits for this elderly man to finish what he's doing. And she doesn't know how long it will take him, but she feels like it would be rude and not sensible to interrupt him when he looks like he's so busy and focused on a delicate job. And then after a little while, he finishes what he's doing and very carefully and slowly gazes up towards the woman, moves his head back as he sees her too close, and then remembers to take the glasses off, and says that you get so lost looking through them that the reality through them is all you end up seeing. You lose track of all the reality around the outside because you're just focused on the task at hand through the microscope. And that you have this feeling almost like you're in that tiny world, and all you can see is that very fine tip of the instrument you're using. And it feels like you're using a small instrument, despite the fact that you're using something that's very long in your hand. And he asks her what it is that she wanted. And she said that she's got a watch that needs fixing. And she takes the watch out of her pocket, the one from the mermaid. She places it down on the counter. And he pops it open. And he makes a few noises, a few ums and ahs. He makes some noises of curiosity. He puts the glasses back on and takes a closer look. He takes the glasses off and asks where the watch came from. And the woman says that she got it in the sea. And he just responds with a, "Oh," and carries on looking. He doesn't seem to question her vagueness or what she was saying. And yet she's aware that it doesn't look like it's something that has been underwater, especially not like something that's been underwater in the ocean. And he looks up and says that he can fix this watch, but it'll take him just a little while. And that if she wants, she can sit and wait. He explains that he's got a small little lounge just through the back of the shop. And so she agrees that she'll sit and wait. She walks into that lounge, sits down in the lounge, and while she's sat there waiting, she begins to feel the sense like she's getting a bit bored, like she wants to twiddle her thumbs, wants to be doing something, and she doesn't know how long it'll take. And then a man walks in, and he sits down near her. He explains he's the watchmaker's son, and he thought he'd give her some company, and asks if she wants to go out for a bit of a walk along the seafront, rather than being cooped up here in this lounge. And together they wander along the seafront. They walk back near the pier. They walk on to a bench a little way on from the pier. They sit on that bench, gazing out to sea. And she asks the watchmaker's son what he does, what sort of things he's interested in. He explains that he's an artist, that he likes painting. He explains that he paints in an unusual way at times, that he's got a way of painting images in people's minds. That's kind of how he paints, for real. That the painting happens in his mind, and then his hand just turns what's in his mind into reality. And he can help others to see that. And the woman's curious by this. And so he says, well, I'll have you paint the view in front of you. And the two of them stand up from the bench. He gently touches her shoulders, positions her to face out towards the sea. He stands in front of her, gently lifts her arms, so gently that it's almost as if he wasn't touching her arms. Almost as if she can't tell whether she's lifting her own arms or he's lifting her arms. He moves her arms around a little, making sure her elbows are bent and the arms are in a comfortable position. He then moves back beside her, reaches around with one arm to reposition the far arm, while using his other hand to reposition the arm nearest to him. And then looking in front of her, with her, he says, just imagine an easel in front of you. And imagine it. So there's a canvas on that easel. And the canvas is just slightly lower than your eyes. And so your eyes can see the view over the canvas. And tilting your eyes down ever so slightly, you can see on the canvas. And just notice how pure and white that canvas is. Focus in on the canvas, notice the texture of the canvas, what it's made of. Almost noticing each individual thread on that canvas. Then tells her to breathe calmly and deeply, and to very slowly have a sense of reaching down as if there's a brush in the hand, dabbing some paint together of the colour of the sky, beginning to just loosely smear that onto the canvas, and notice how that begins to appear. Notice how some of it runs organically and naturally, just flowing on the canvas. And then dabbing some water, cleaning that brush off a little, and then dabbing a different colour. and doing that colour of the ocean, and initially just doing some quite loose colours, getting the bulk of the colours down, and then doing the same with the sand, and then beginning to dab in and add in some detail, and doing this so slowly and intentfully. And the woman found herself drifting and floating inside her mind, as if her body was working automatically. And she started having this feeling like she was genuinely painting. And then with that feeling started coming a vision as if that canvas was really there. And the way he was looking at the canvas, as if it was really there for him too, the way he gestured towards it, the way he helped to mark out different things on that canvas, with such conviction. He talked about just noticing that slight waft of the smell of the paint, and hearing the sound of that brush on the canvas, hearing the sound of the brush in the paint, hearing the sound of that brush in the water, and the slight clinking sound as the brush taps on the side of that jar of water. And he guides her to paint. And once she's completed, she has this sense of putting the brush down. And he notices in her that she has completed the painting, and he praises her on that painting, and says you'll always have that painting with you. And then he taps her on the shoulder just very gently, and she feels this sense of drifting out of that reverie and paying attention to him again. And they sit down on the bench. She notices that painting has disappeared, the easel has disappeared, but she's got that experience with her. And she feels a certain connection to this person. And while they sit there, the sun begins to set, and as the sun sets, so he just gently rests his arm around her, noticing that she had acted like she was just starting to get a little cold, and she allows that hug. She rests her arm back around him. She rests her head gently onto his shoulder, feeling the warmth of his body against hers, feeling the tightness of that hug and the secureness of that, and feeling a sense of love and peace and a sense of harmony, being aware that they seem to be breathing the same and relaxing, and how this moment seems to be slowing down and standing still, as if the waves rolling on the shore are slowing down, having more space between each wave, and being in this moment. And she starts to feel a certain fluttering in her chest, a sense that there's more to this moment than she thought there would be, to this chance encounter. And after what felt like just a minute, it was probably much longer. The two of them started heading back to that shop. And as they arrived back in the shop, the watchmaker glanced up at them, gave a smile, and said that he's fixed that watch. And he placed that watch on the counter. He asked, "Do you have any other watches like it? It's a really interesting watch. If you do, I'd love to see them." And she says she's got another one in her pocket. She got it from a different location and said she couldn't really explain where. But it was nowhere near that watch. And she placed that down on the counter. And as the watchmaker pressed the button to pop open the lid, so a flash of rainbow light burst out of the watch, just for a split second, and the watch began ticking. And she realised that the time on the watch and the time that it currently is 24 hours later. And as she looks at the man beside her, she sees the way that he's smiling at her. She sees that it looks like he wants to ask her something. And she wants to be asked. And he asks if she's happy to see him again. And she says, "No. I'm happy to see you now." And she puts an arm around him to settle his moment of confusion. That moment she knows she made him worry just for a second, but knows that's why he smiled deeper than he had before. She sees that watchmaker smiling. She then says, "Let's go back to the beach." She tells him she's got an unusual story to say, and that he may not believe it. And she doesn't yet know what it means, but she knows somehow he's involved. And they walk down onto the beach. They light a small campfire. They cook some food on that campfire on the beach, while she shares her tale with him. And she's surprised that somehow he seems to be engaged with this tale, nodding, demonstrating intrigue and curiosity. And she shows the two watches and lets him examine them. And he asks questions about that palace in the cloud. He asks questions about the palace deep under the sea, about the mermaid. And a part of her thinks to herself, is it normal for someone to just take your word for everything like this, when you're telling them stuff that's so strange? And he then says he's also got a story to share. That he's the watchmaker's son, but he doesn't live there. That the previous day he'd had an experience where he was drifting off asleep, just relaxing at home. And then he found himself walking through some woods, exploring that woodland. And he encountered the most bizarre place that no one would believe if he told them. He encountered what looked almost like a partially see-through house. And he couldn't figure out how else to explain it. And he said that he felt compelled to walk to the door. He knocked on the door. And someone wearing purple robes, with a purple hat, and a black and white wand answered the door. And he was surprised by this at the time. But the person just smiled and seemed so friendly, and they invited him in. And as they closed the door behind them, he noticed the way all the walls just seemed to wobble and vibrate, as if the house was made of jelly. But something about the experience felt so comforting and natural. And he sat down on the chair he was gestured to sit in. And the house had this strong smell of chocolate. And then he realised the chair he was sitting in was like a giant chocolate cookie chair. And when this wizard turned their back, he tested his theory by breaking a piece off under his hand and quickly eating it before the wizard turned back again. And he said that this wizard was asking questions, and he was there trying to chew really fast, secretly, because the wizard was wondering why he wasn't answering. And the woman found this story amusing. This idea that he's doing something that's a bit cheeky. That it's almost like doing something just a little naughty in school and trying not to get caught. Nothing particularly wrong, just a bit cheeky and trying to get away with it. And she was hanging on his every word as he described this experience. He described how he was given a book, and he thought about how he loved reading books, and he was told not to open this book until he'd left this house, until he'd left the woodland. And he said that he left the house and he left the woodland. And when he opened the book, he found that after about page 48, there was no pages. A hole had been cut in the book. And he was a bit irritated by the damage to the book, thinking the wizard could have just given him a box and not damaged the book. But in that gap in the book was a watch, and the note with the watch said, "Take this to be fixed." He said that was the watch that his dad was working on when she arrived, and that was why he was there. That ordinarily he wouldn't have been there at that time. That he doesn't see his dad as often as he perhaps should. That he's normally too busy doing his own thing. And he said that the next day he'd had a similar bizarre experience. That this morning he woke up. He left his home. He knew that he was going to come and see his dad. He had the book in his car next to him, pocket watch in the book. And he pulled over at a location, and there was someone there who asked him if he could help them. And so he went and started to help. And he said it was the weirdest thing, that here they are in this hot environment, and there's this person creating an ice sculpture on the beach. And they're saying they want this sculpture finished before all the ice melts. And so he said he spent most of the morning carving a giant ice sphere on the seafront, somehow feeling like helping, despite knowing that no sooner has he finished creating this, it's going to all melt and run away, and that there's just going to be a moment to capture the beauty of the sculpture, and that anyone around beforehand or afterwards will miss out. And then he said that that was his reason for being so motivated to help. That there'll be just that moment in time when there's something precious, that if you can capture that, you can see that, experience it, and share that experience with others. He described it like that moment you see a shooting star, and know that if you were looking moments earlier or moments later, if you were blinking, if you were looking down or looking elsewhere, or hadn't gone outside, you'd miss that moment. And this started to teach him about the preciousness of making the most of moments, making the most of wonder, of curiosity. And the two of them spoke as the sun had set, as the fire began to burn down to embers, and was just glowing, illuminating that sand, the sound of the beach in the background, the coolness of the air, stars in the sky, the way the moon illuminated the ocean. And just then, a woman walked over and sat down on the ground, and she was instantly recognised as being the mermaid. And she said that the two of you have now found each other, that you're soulmates who are meant to be, that you've been missing each other for many years, that you've all nearly had your paths cross repeatedly. And and that there's so much you're going to create together that's more than you create on your own. And that the universe just needed to give a little helping hand because of the things you'll be achieving, and that the future will unfold in its own way, in its own time. And that it's the discovery of that future, the curiosity, the wonder, that'll help to drive you both. And so the future's not going to be revealed, just that you need to face that future together. And your different learnings through the last 24 hours are complementary to the way forward. And the mermaid handed over a plate of strawberries, said, "A gift from us," before heading back down to the ocean, diving in and disappearing. And then the man walked the woman back to her car. She travelled back home with an excitement she hadn't felt for quite a while about a new chapter of her life. She looked forward to excitedly telling her cat, although at the same time she wondered whether people would think that was strange, that she wants to get home and tell her cat about her experiences. And he headed home as well. They knew they were going to see each other in the future. And once home, after relaxing for a while, she went up to bed, settled down in bed, and with pleasant thoughts in her mind, thoughts of what the future holds, the positive, what she's got to look forward to, and understanding now about the connection and a broader sense of the world around her. With a smile that seemed to pass through her body, she drifted and comfortably floated and relaxed, asleep, sleeping deeply and soundly all night long.